Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regulatory section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? For those of you who are physically in the council chamber, can I please remind you that when speaking into a microphone, you need to wait to see yourselves on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not hear anything that you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. So, first of all, I'd like to put a welcome to Caroline Leonard, the Interim Strategic Director for the Community and Growth, who's observing today. You're very much welcome. Indeed, a bit of a baptism of fire for the Planning Committee. So good luck. Agenda item 1, apologies. Do we have any apologies, members? There's none been forwarded through. Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, Councillor Moutry will be along about 3:45 or so.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No. No problem. Thank you very much, members. Move on to agenda item 2, declarations of interest. You can take your declarations of interest now or whenever we come across them on the matter. Yeah. Moving on to agenda item 3, report from the head of planning. There we have 2 items for decision. 3.1, planning guidance note, temporary structures and changes of use. I'm going to bring in Lucian Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present this. Oh, sorry, I'm going to bring in Damien to present this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. The report before you relates to a planning guidance note for temporary structures and changes of use. As some of you may recall, the guidance was introduced by the Council in July 2020, not long after the start of the pandemic, and was aimed at supporting local businesses to meet operational challenges and restrictions such as social distancing requirements. The guidance allowed businesses to make certain changes without the need for planning permission, and was initially introduced for a 6-month period, but its use was extended a number of times with the approval of members. It will remain in effect until the end of this month, but having regard to changes in the effects of the pandemic and the fact that restrictions have been significantly relaxed, officers are recommending the withdrawal of the guidance from the end of the month. Businesses will, of course, be notified of the matter and given the option of either removing the development or seeking planning permission. I'm happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. I'm going to bring in members for questions. Councillor Lavery, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Damien. Just sort of a quick query. Do you know how many structures roughly this might impact on the borough? Because I know there was a surge of outside seating areas and things put in during COVID and so on. It's just, you know, what kind of numbers will I maybe be talking about here that might be impacted?
To you, Damien, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Lavery, the uptake was around 11 businesses and mainly involved developments such as awnings and beer gardens and so on. So a spread across the borough. Actually, it was across all parts of the borough, but the total was 11. So hopefully that answers your query, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you very much, Damien. Any further queries or questions? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just on that. I know it's saying, you know, people will have the option to either remove the structure that has been erected, cease the change of use, or seek retrospective permission. What's, you know, for a retrospective application, could you outline just the cost of that to the business, just for information?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, it would depend, Alderman Wilson, on the type of the development. So it might vary, but these are relatively small developments, if you like. They're, you know, sort of, as I mentioned earlier, awnings and beer gardens, so the fees wouldn't be considerable, relatively small, but it would vary depending on the nature of the development itself.
Thank you very much, Damien. Any other further queries or questions? No. Okay, Madam Members, it is a decision item, so can I get a proposer proposed by Alderman Wilson and a seconder?
I'll be the second.
Second by the Vice Chair, Alderman Kennedy. All agreed? Okay, thank you, members. Move on to 3.2, and it's call for evidence on the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment. I'm going to bring in Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present this item. Sinead's going to present part of it, and then we'll open up to the floor for questions, and then we'll carry it on like that throughout the part where I use Sinead. There you are. Over to you, Sinead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's a call for evidence for input into the air pollution in relation to the natural environment. So the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, which is DERA, has launched a call for evidence on impacts on air pollution on the natural environment. DERA, in its role as an appropriate nature conservation body in Northern Ireland, has a duty to provide advice to planning authorities and other competent authorities on the potential impacts of air pollution, including ammonia from plans and projects on designated sites and protected habitat. The current operational protocol used by DERA was developed in 2012 and a supplementary note was issued in 2018. Since 2012, the body of scientific evidence on the impacts of air pollution on designated sites and protected habitat has greatly increased, and new case law has also emerged. This call for evidence presents available scientific evidence, taking into account of legal requirements and drawn upon expertise upon special subject areas. However, DERA recognise that they may not have access to all evidence of relevance in the development of this future operational protocol, and therefore the Council is invited to submit any additional evidence that they would have that could contribute to the delivery of a scientifically robust, evidence-informed operational protocol. And as the Chair has said, due to the detail in the report, I propose to take members through each section and ask for any comment at every stage, rather than go through the entirety of the report and ask for comments. So the first section of the report they're asking for any comment on is relation to the zone of influence. Basically, the zone of influence is a screening distance required for a specific distance beyond which unlikely that any emission source would have any harmful impacts. The current zone of influence for European sites, Ramsars and SSIs in Northern Ireland is 7.5 kilometres, and the current zone of influence for any priority habitat outside the designated sites is 2 kilometres in Northern Ireland. DERA do not propose to extend that distance, reduce it or extend it, and we are saying we don't have any evidence to suggest that it should be extended or reduced. Are members content that that's... Yeah. And moving on then, the next one is thresholds, basically what DERA consider to be thresholds. So thresholds are used by us planners to assess environmental impacts of projects. So there's different ways you have to consider it. First is further consideration is required. There is potential for significant effects or the effect is acceptable. For DERA's future operational protocol for the assessment of air quality impacts on designated sites, the figure of 0.1% of the critical level is proposed as a de minimis threshold. Anything under that is de minimis and they're ruled out for further assessment. There are two main thresholds detailed within the report to determine if the impact is considered de minimis. Basically, the decision-making threshold, which allows the decision-maker, i.e. the likes of DERA and Shared Environmental Service, to determine if the impact is acceptable, or the site relevant threshold. This will allow specific conditions to be looked at, i.e. agents to give information that should be taken into account in relation to their projects. The DERA is asking, is there any other evidence or other thresholds that ought to be taken into consideration at this stage? And the Council's draft response would be that we don't have any additional evidence at this provide at this time. Are members content? Yeah. The second one basically is under the habitat regulations, and assessment needs to take account of the facts from plans or projects, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects. Only when a proposal is considered to be acceptable alone does the need for further assessment, i.e. in combination effects, arise. DERA have listed a number of plans and projects that should be taken into account, and this is derived from case law and judgment over the years. The Council has looked at these and they'd would respond that we don't have any additional comments or any additional evidence to suggest that other plans and projects ought to be taken into consideration other than that listed within the report. Members content? Yep. So in relation to DAER's future operational protocol, they provided 2 options for assessment of new projects, i.e. how should they be looking at new farming practices going forward. So they give new projects option 1. This allows for site relevant threshold to be applied and allows for detailed assessment to be submitted. Following consideration of the likelihood that proposal could undermine the conservation objectives, the proposal will issue a risk category, i.e. high, medium or low. New projects option 2 does not provide for a site relevant threshold or detailed assessment to be submitted. It's a more generic approach. And basically it says the decision maker makes the final decision and that's it. The council's draft response would be that we prefer new projects option 1. As this allows for a more of a case-by-case assessment of individual planning applications and plans and projects. Furthermore, it provides for a detailed assessments to be made, and if there's a strategic approach for the site that identifies that there is room for development, i.e. that this project can go ahead because there are proposed mitigation measures, for example, that might be allocated low risk and therefore could be approved. The council would also comment, however, that the new projects option 1 has more steps to it, and they would be concerned that this would slow response times to the planning authority, and that should be taken into consideration as well. Are you content that we go for the new projects option 1, which basically allows, when we are looking at planning applications, rather than a broad brush approach, that you take it on a case-by-case basis? Members, acceptable? Yeah. They give us supplementary questions in relation to priority habitat, basically the 2 kilometres. We would agree with that, but we said that that maybe should review to not as long as 2012, but in the near future. They also has a paper in relation to expansion, a variation or replacement of existing operation activities. And that is also has to be considered in relation to plans and projects. They have also given 2 options. Option 1 will be influenced by factors including the distance and relative pollution contribution from the site. Option 1A is a flat rate option whereby all replacement activities are required to reduce ammonia by 30%. Option 1B is a distance from site option whereby the minimum reduction in emissions required is determined by the distance to the site. So we are saying that they should go for option 1B. Basically, if you're the closer you are to designated sites, potentially the greater impact you're going to have. But if you're further away, that your farming practice may not have a detrimental impact. So it's unfair if you're further away that you should plan a 30% threshold when it could be up to 10% is all you need. So we prefer to be a case-by-case basis. Also, it depends on the farming practice. There are more intensive farming practices out there, like poultry and pigs, that maybe require more mitigation than farmers who are maybe doing the likes of beef and sheep that maybe do not need to have such stringent and onerous assessments on them. So that's why we're going for option 1A. Is members content? And then the last part of it simply is a case study that they've looked at, and basically what those case studies highlights that there are going to be potential financial constraints in farmers due to these new practices coming in. And we have just highlighted in that there that really the department has to, other departments out there have to give the financial resource to these farmers that they can carry out these activities in an environmentally way. They've also looked at the cost of restoration of habitat methods, and we would agree that yes, there are habitats within our borough that have impacts, but they can be looked at and they can be restored with financial assistance. And we would be keen that that those particular projects are given the financial assistance from those particular departments. So basically, we've gone back and there's a draft in your appendix 3. In light of those comments. I know there's a lot of detail there, but if you want me to take you through any of it, members, I'm happy to do so. So we would be directing you to recommend that you approve the draft response to DAERA in respect of the call of evidence on the impacts of air pollution on the natural environment, as pointed out there.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Members, does anyone have any questions or comments that they'd like to add? No. Okay, I think it is decision item. So can I get a proposal and seconder for Proposed by councillor Hoggy. You happy to second?
Second.
Second by the vice chair, Alderman Kennedy. Thank you, all agreed. Thank you, members. Move on to two items for information. 3.3, Northern Ireland planning statistics, 2022-23. I'm going to bring in Damien, Head of Planning, to present this.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this report relates to the statistical bulletin produced by the Department for Infrastructure for the 2022-23 business year. It provides an overview of planning activity across all planning authorities and gives information on processing times and performance. Members, I don't propose to go through the report verbatim, but I think it would be helpful just to pick out maybe just a few headline points. So what I can tell you is out of 11 councils, we were the second fastest last year at processing.
Thank you very much, Damien, for the update on that. Members, anyone want to ask questions or any comments? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Damien, in terms of the IT system, how is it performing now? Just out of interest to say, we had a run of complaints and they seem to have tailed off on my radar anyway, so I'm assuming that perhaps means it's performing a lot better than it was. If you could just let us know on that front.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, look, I'm pleased to report that it is it's stabilised. It's performing much better than it was certainly in the early months. But having said that, it's still, I suppose, very much in its infant stage. There are still a number of issues associated with it that are being resolved. There are technical solutions being applied on a regular basis. It was a fortnightly basis to begin with, not quite as often as that now. But there's also an action plan that is being monitored and managed by it's a group known as the Intelligent Client Function. They're responsible for the day-to-day management of the new system. They sit under Belfast City Council. So they're ensuring that issues are being resolved, are being tracked and are being resolved. But it is probably going to take a little bit longer before we see it completely settled down. But it's certainly have vastly improved on what it was in the early months.
Thank you very much, Damien. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Damien, for the report. It's just on the comparison and the roughly 18 to 20% decrease compared to the previous year, which is quite concerning. Perhaps maybe it strikes some worries about the local economy for not receiving as many applications as normal. In your time in ABC, have you seen a decrease that large? I mean, that's quite considerable. A fifth of the business, so to speak, being down. It's certainly quite worrying. And is there any anecdotal evidence in particular types or categories of applications that you're seeing higher decreases in terms of that, or just any other comments on that in general?
Thank you for that, Councillor Lavery. Going to bring in Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Lavery. Yeah, the application numbers were probably at a consistent level, sort of, the 10 years prior to COVID. And then, strangely enough, during the first 2 years of COVID, numbers started to rise. They went up in the first year of COVID slightly higher than what they were pre-COVID, and then the next year they went even higher. But yeah, the year that followed, then 2022-23, we didn't see this coming, to be perfectly honest. In the first 6 months of 22-23, numbers were probably, you know, what we'd have expected to see, but they dipped in the second half of the year. Now, initially we thought that's possibly related to the new IT system, but that downward trend has continued into the current year. So we're actually, the numbers this year are down than where we would have been pre-COVID. So we're just keeping a very close watch on that to see, is it a blip or is it a sign of the economy generally? Cost of living crisis, people are maybe putting projects on the long finger. So we are just keeping an eye on it, because it does have implications, obviously, for income for the council. And that's something we are concerned about. So I'll obviously keep members updated as the business year progresses. Thanks, Chair. If there's anything I missed there, Councillor Lowry, happy to pick it up.
Thank you very much, Damien, for that update on good question, members. Any other questions? Move on to 3.4, update on planning caseloads. And again, we're going to bring in Damien Mulligan, Head of Planning, to present.
Thanks, Chair. Members, you'll note from this report that the number of decisions issued during the month of August stood at around 66. And now that's relatively low, members, as you'll know, and it's mainly attributable to a number of things, but the short reporting period. It was only a 3-week short reporting period last period. Also, a holiday season has influenced that number as well. The number of applications we received during August was 78, so slightly more in than out, which means the live caseload currently stands at 1,029. Now, that's still down on where we were at the beginning of the business year. We were 1,070 at the beginning of the business year. So we're down 40 on that, so we're going the right direction. We had a couple of call-ins during the month of August, which brings the total year to date to 14 members. I'm happy to take any queries. Sure, thank you.
Members happy? Yep, move on. Okay, move on to agenda item 4, report from the Head of Building Control. 4.1, street naming report for the Old Bar, which is Lake Street, Lurgan. I'm going to bring in Mr. Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, to present. And over to you, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Item 4.1, this is a request for the naming of a housing development, or with this part consisting of 4 number apartments off Lake Street in Lurgan. The applicant's preferred name, and the master in appendix 1, the applicant's preferred name for the development of the apartment block is the Old Bar. And the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is that this is the site of the former bar on Maxwell's farm, which was the farmhouse located at number 73 Lake Street. So officers have assessed and deemed the proposals as compliant with the council's policy, and recommendation therefore is for members for approval. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Members, any questions or queries? No. Okay, can I get a proposer for the report? Proposed by Councillor Hockey and second by Councillor Duffy. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. I'll move on to 4.2, street naming report for Beaufort Park, which is on the Tullygally Road, Craigavon. And again, over to Mr. Tom Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a request for the naming of a large housing development consisting of 118 dwellings off the Tullygally Road in Craigavon, and details of maps are in Appendix 2. The applicant's preferred name for the development is Beaufort Park. And their main reason for the preferred name, as noted in the Appendix 1, is that historically this area was named Rathmore due to the proximity of a ring fort. Officers would agree that there is historical evidence to support the suffix fort, which meets the criteria of the council's policy. However, officers believe that the rationale given for the prefix "beau," French for beautiful, for all 3 suggestions, and the applicant's suggestion that it can be used to describe an area of natural beauty is somewhat vague and tenuous. It would seem to be based solely on a quotation from the 1600s by William Brooke, who is a representative of the residents of Rathmore. However, members should also note that the developer has already erected hoarding to the site, appearing to show the proposed street name. A photograph has indicated this on Appendix 3. There is also website marketing which has also been produced indicating Beaufort Park, as the name of the development is shown on the screenshot attached to Appendix 4. Whilst officers would welcome investment into the area, we have reminded the applicant that displaying or advertising street names prior to the council approval is an offence under the legislation, and they have done so entirely at their own risk. So ultimately, it's the function and the decision of members to officially name all developments. The recommendation, therefore, is for members to review the information contained within the report and decide whether or not to name Beaufort Park for this development at Tullygalley Road. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm going to bring in Councillor Lowry for questions.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, I love naming housing developments. I'd agree with sort of Tom's view, and this one's a bit of a stretch. There seems to be a concerted effort to move away from Tullygalley and Rathmore in this area, and even just anglicised versions of the original Irish town and names in general. And I find that just concerning overall, but we're seeing it here in front of us. I said I wouldn't be content with Beaufort. I think it is a stretch, and I think it bears no relation. The obvious options would seem that it should be named some fashion after Tullygalley or Rathmore, low sites, and it's just inappropriate that the developer has acted, both in terms of all the advertising without coming and getting proper authorization and things like that, as is common practice, like the other one was saying before there. So I'd be minded that write to the applicant encouraging Tullygalley or Rathmore or some other more concrete street names that have links to that local area, rather than proceeding with Beaufort, which is seems to be a fictitious here. That'd be own view. It'd be interesting hearing what others feel about this one. See what the situation is.
Thank you for your thoughts, Councillor Lowry, and Councillor O'Dea, please.
Thanks, Chair. I actually agree with Councillor Lowry. I think they're clutching at straws to bring in that name, and for them to go ahead and put the publicize everything there, I think it's totally wrong. So because it's opening a gate then for other people, other developers to do that. So I wouldn't be for that name whatsoever. I think they need to go back, as Councillor Lowry said, and bring in the Rathmore, the Tullygalley, something like that, that is to the area, suitable to the area.
Thank you very much, Councillor O'Dea, and Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just when you mentioned there that it's an offence, what is the consequence of pre-naming a development? Just because not too sure of the consequences of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Under the legislation is actually an offence under Schedule 2, which maybe Anne could advise what the fee of Schedule 2 is these days. I think it's about £2,000. If we decide to go down that route and pursue that, it hasn't ever come to that in the past. There have been a number of other incidents, something similar to this, and the developers have taken down the signage and or covered it up until such times as members have decided what the name is.
Thank you very much, Tom. Bear in mind that he has, or she has, put out a lot of finances into the advertising on it. So members, I am in your hands. I'm looking for a recommendation, please. Go ahead, Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose and keeping with trying to maintain the local links as part of our street name and heritage and so on, I'd be proposing that we respond to the applicant declining the proposed names and instead encourage street name containing Tullygalley, Rathmore or other appropriate local connection to come back to committee and as soon as possible so we can get this matter resolved. Someone like the second.
Councillor O'Dowd.
I would actually just like to second what Councillor Lavery has said. Totally agree with him.
Thank you, members. All agreed in that process? Yeah. Tom, you happy enough? Go back to the applicant and get him to come back with a sort of more localized name. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, members. Move on to 4.3, updating building control and property certificate applications. Again, going to bring in Tom Lavery, Head of Building Control, to present.
Thank you, Chair. This is to keep members informed of some of the workload being undertaken by the department during the first 5 months of this financial year. As noted in Appendix 6, in total we received 488 building regulation applications with a notional construction investment value in the area of just over 100 million. In August alone, it was just under 18 million. We have carried out over 6,000 site inspections and undertaken 788 plan assessments and issued all the relevant statutory notices. The department has also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyancing of properties across council. In the last 5 months, we've received and administered 1,346 new applications and issued 1,625 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. The department has also been dealing with a high number of dangerous structures incidents since the 1st of April. Those vary in severity from loose slates falling off roofs to the extreme of partial building collapses, which you may have heard about, resulting in road closures and for public safety reasons. In total, there have been 17 incidents since the 1st of April, and currently there are still 4 ongoing live cases. Chair, this is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you very much, Tom. Members, any queries or questions? Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Move on to agenda item 6, correspondence. There is nil. Agenda item 7, AOB, there is nil. Okay, members, we're going to break for recess to in around 4 o'clock. Can I ask ICT please turn off the feed? feed? Thank you. Can I move on to agenda item five, applications for planning permission to be considered by the committee as per schedule of planning applications. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the planning section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? For those of you who are physically in the chamber, can I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait and see yourself on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not hear anything that you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of the meeting, questions may be asked of councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee, of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Members, you'll be aware there's a number of appendixes have been removed. Appendix 4, that's to allow officers additional information. Appendix 7, objectors haven't received it due timely notice. Appendix 12, additional information for the officers to consider, and just there now Appendix 1, the applicant hasn't received due timely notice. So we're going to move straight into Appendix 2, application number LA08-2021-1543F. It's a refusal, and I'm going to call upon Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present report and PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Sinead, I'm going to bring you in now.
Thank you, Chair. LA08 2021-1543F, the demolition of existing dwelling and garage and erection of 4 1-bedroom apartments and associated site works. The application was recommended refusal and called into the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee by the former Alderman Spears. An office have taken that members have read the report, including the addendum in full, and this is a synopsis only. The site is located inside the settlement limit of Armagh, outside the central area, and is located on land that is not zoned. Officers are of the opinion that in principle apartments can be acceptable. Notwithstanding this, the proposal needs to be considered and assessed against all other material considerations. These are assessed and dealt with within the report. The officers' report have went through all their criterion in PPS 7 and found the proposal fails criterion H. The separation distance from the apartments to the common boundary to the rear is approximately 8.3 metres. Guidance states where such development abuts the private garden areas of existing properties, a minimum distance of around 15 metres should be provided between the rear of the apartments and the common boundary. The proposal falls short of this guidance, as such officers have assessed this proposal would cause overlooking into the adjacent properties. As regards to parking, as highlighted within the report, there are 4 in-curtilage parking spaces to serve these apartments. There is a requirement for 5, 1.25 per apartment to serve the proposed apartments. However, as the site enjoys a high level of pedestrian accessibility to local services and the public transport network, and is located 400 metres from the city centre, the reduced level of parking is acceptable in this instance. Also, are satisfied the proposed development will not give rise to any detrimental or adverse impact upon the drainage works or cause any impact in relation to flood risk. The third-party objections have been fully considered, and officers are of the opinion that poses contrary to the SPPS, PPS 7 and Creighton Places, and for those reasons it is recommended that this application be refused. Taking it through the PowerPoint presentation, members. You can see the application central area there, so southeast of Armagh City Centre. Next slide, please. And that's the aerial view of the post site outlined in red, and you can see it there. It's just off the Newry Road going into Armagh. Next slide, please. Just an aerial view of the post site to just give you an understanding of the context and the density around the site, down from Folly Lane and across the road from detached dwellings along the Newry Road. Next slide, please. So that's the site location plan as provided by the planning agent, and outlined in red is the application site. Next slide, please. So this is the site layout plan as proposed. The new development there is in white. To the north of that, there is cycle stands, etc. There's 4 in-courtleys parking. The vegetation to the rear is being retained. The hard surfaces in the area, there's a small hedge going along the front. So we're of the opinion that hard surfacing, etc. won't cause an unacceptable impact. It's the proximity of the rear boundary of this apartments to the adjacent property to the rear. Next slide, please. That's the elevation and floor plan. So there's a living dining area in the front to overlook the golf course that goes beyond the dwellings on the far side of the road. And then to the rear is your bedroom and toilet facilities. That's a section through the site. That's actually number 5 Folly Lane, which is the rear. And that just shows the level difference. But the dwelling height is to remain at 8.3 metres high. Next slide, please. So that's a photo of a street view of the site. You're coming down, the site's just behind that vegetation there on the right hand side. Next slide, please. And coming up, that's it just in relation to the adjacent property at number 62 Newry Road. Next slide, please. And that's just the dwellings on the opposite side of the road. That's just to give you an understanding. There's an eclectic mix of architectural styles and finishes in the immediate area. Next slide, please. And so that's a view from the current dwelling towards number 82. So we're just standing next to the upper floor bedroom at the minute. So looking out to that side elevation property, number 62, who I believe has speaking rights here tonight. Next slide, please. And that's just the rear wall of the boundary. So I'm stamping that, and that's the impact we are saying that property number 5 Folly Lane is large till the rear boundary will be 8.3 metres from that wall. Next slide, please. And then on beyond that there, you will see further addendum correspondence come in to say this won't just impact number 5, but 6, 7, etc. Folly Lane, but the policy does say adjacent properties. Next slide. And that's just in the rear boundary of the garden of the host property 64, and looking up, number 62 has had an extension on it, and that's the side elevation windows of that property. And that's just looking directly in front of it. So the property to the side is the property that's going to be demolished. And then number 62 is directly adjacent. So you can see at the minute the dwelling is 2.2 metres from that particular side elevation. Under this scheme, it actually will be 4.7. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Break my glasses. Members, you have an addendum report in your minutes. There you have Sean Barton to make representation objection. You have Mr. David McMaster to make representation as the agent, and we have written representation objection to the application from Mr. Michael and Brenda Curley. So going to bring in Sean Barton to make representation first. Sean, you have 3 minutes. And as you can see on your screen, you have the timer on it. Obviously, at 3 minutes, I'll cut you off and we'll move on to the next. Okay, so in your own time, Sean.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, there. Yep.
Okay. I'll go through this very quickly as I can. I live next door to the proposed development, and I'm glad to be offered the opportunity to reiterate some of the points I raised in my letter of objection, and to note with some relief that the report recommended a refusal. In the report, I note that policy PPS 7 has been given substantial weight, and against criteria H, it was concluded that the proposal will have unacceptable adverse impact, and it refers to the Creating Places policy document, paragraph 7.17, that great care will be needed in designs where residential schemes cause significant loss of amenity to adjoining dwellings. The objections I raised that are relevant to this criteria were that the development would overshadow our small back garden, which has been inaccurately plotted on the site layout plan. It would adversely impact our enjoyment of this space by blocking out sunlight during the day, and spoiling the view of the night sky during the hours of darkness. I'm a keen amateur astronomer and use the small garden as an observation base for my hobby. The proposed building would stand immediately southeast of our small back garden, which is 4 by 4 metres, and would overshadow it to the detriment of our enjoyment of it. I should clarify that the extent to which the overshadowing will impact our garden cannot be accurately ascertained by examining the plans submitted with the application because they aren't accurate. The impact is much greater because our garden extends closer to the proposed development than the map indicates. The plan inaccurately shows our house extending as far as the garden wall, but this isn't in fact the case. The report states that no supporting evidence was submitted to substantiate this claim, but I suppose, having enjoyed the garden for 36 years, I hope my statement alone would be sufficient substantiation. But if clarification had been needed, a site visit could have taken place. This didn't happen. Can I now submit some evidence to say that I can't actually see the camera. But I have 2 plans here that indicate an aerial view of my garden and the plans that were substantiated. And they show clearly that my garden extends actually right up to the boundary wall, which is 4 metres to the property. I would also like to challenge the related point on page 12 of the report, which states that the impact of the overshadowing is acceptable because the proposed development is of a similar height and scale as the building that it's replacing. However, the site of the new development is not on the same footprint as the present house, but will be built in its back garden, thus creating an overshadow of our garden that doesn't currently exist. I'm sorry, there was a bit of a delay there and I couldn't show my 2 plans that I had organised to demonstrate that our garden, in fact, will be overshadowed to a large extent by the adjacent proposed development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean. Fortunately, we can't accept your evidence. The photographs are, number one, we can't see them on the screen. And it's part of our planning policy that we don't accept plans at this stage. So thank you very much for your information. I'm going to move on to Mr. David McMaster to make representation as the agent in support of the application. David, the 3 minutes will be coming up on the screen here. So when in your own time, you're good to go. Thank you. Give it 2 seconds. Sorry, the microphone was knocked off there. Okay, do you want to reset there? Apologies about that. Yeah, go on ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The current recommendation for refusal is based solely on a single criteria, which we believe is misinterpreted in their creating places. It basically hinges on paragraph 7.17, and it makes reference to such development. They fail to actually address the first part of this, which states that it is where apartment developments where living rooms or balconies on upper floors can cause a significant loss of amenity to adjoining dwellings, particularly where they are close to boundaries. And this applies to greenfield sites and lower density sites. The issue revolves around 2 bedroom windows, which is not mentioned in this paragraph. And as has been stated, the living rooms face the front road. So there is no significant loss of amenity from living room or balconies. In addition to that, I think we can agree it's not a greenfield site. So that paragraph does not apply if it's greenfield or lower density. And if we look at the density in the immediate area, including our site, we are actually talking of the equivalent of 40 to 45 units per acre. So if that's low density, I will bow to that, but we do not believe it's low density and therefore this does not apply. When we look at it in terms of other planning within the area, which was approved, albeit a long time ago, but when creating places was there's an application of 8 apartments, 190 metres down the road, where no part of the building is more than 4 metres from the boundary. It should also be noted that for permitted development rights, for a dwelling, if I was to build an extension to the existing property 2-storey high with a total glass gable on it, as long as I am more than 7 metres from the boundary, I do not even need planning approval. We would also query whether it's private amenity space. Folly Lane actually has 2 pairs of semis with a common alleyway, which then affords access to gardens. So we would even question if this is private. But irrespective of that, we believe a solution is quite simply to condition that opaque glass can be put in these windows if overlooking is the only issue. Look at in terms of the application, there's also planning gain. You're getting much needed accommodation of this type, and there's a reduction in drainage problems because we're proposing sustainable drainage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, David. So give me 2 seconds. Okay, members, it's over to you. You have a representation from objectors and the agent. You've also received letters in your minutes, as well as the addendum report. Yep. So, floor's open. Yeah, Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just suppose it's an interesting one. I'm just looking at, you know, the aerial photos, and I actually went on to Google streetscape, which I assume is where the aerial views are gained from, but I just sort of spun it around slightly. And there does seem to be a very wide variety of layouts in this area, quite an intensive sort of density as well. And I'm just wondering, in terms of, you know, the agent here has spoken of permitted development rights, which I assume is what the applicant could build without a planning application. So I have a couple of points to make on that, and it is whether that's correct or not to start with. If, you know, what the architect has stated is true, and if it is true, then what would be the ultimate stretching of that? And I know I have to deal with the application as before, but I want to talk about that as well. But just firstly, and then I'll come back, is it true that under permitted development he could develop an extension that would be fundamentally what is before us now, only with permitted development rights associated with it? If you could answer that one.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Wilson. If the developer wanted, he could extend for a single dwelling, not for 4 apartments. Apartments doesn't have any PD rights. So if it was apartment scheme, you couldn't. We're saying this is the upper floor windows of apartments in the bedrooms. You could extend for detached property. I think it's 4 metres, depending 4 metres out from the rear boundary. And we have taken that into consideration as relation to the impact on the adjacent property at number 62 with regards to the windows and that. Basically, the existing house, there is a single story elevation projecting beyond the rear elevation. He could build that up at the minute, and he is out with 2 metres from the neighbouring property. So we did look at that as regards to impact on the adjoining property. But as far as we're concerned, we have to look at this apartment scheme that's before us, and guidance would say good practice indicates 15 metres to common boundary. For a single dwelling, you note it would be 10 metres. So even applying that flexibility of a single dwelling, it is still below what we would consider acceptable for regards to overlooking.
Thank you, Sinead. I'm going to bring you back in, Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, and it's just, I suppose, looking at that photo 7 towards the rear of Newry Road dwellings. I mean, there looks to be windows, you know, in position there that aren't opaque or anything, that look down into this garden. So, you know, looking at it, and I'm only looking at it through these photos, I think it's difficult to see all the issues here just in the photos. You know, I'm finding it a struggle just to get the bearings in terms of all that. But surely this proposal is creating an even bigger, there's quite a narrow, looking at one of them photos, it looks quite narrow in terms of the alleyway, or it's not really an alleyway, the wall that separates these two. So this proposal to me looks like it's creating a much bigger gap, which is pushing this property away from a neighbouring property. It doesn't look to me that it's pushing it much further back, in my estimation, just looking at, and it's hard to see what all those written details are on that plan. You can't read them, which is a bit annoying too. But it does look like, to me, if you were replacing that house, you'd want to push it a wee bit further back. In my mind, you wouldn't want it as near the road. If you had the opportunity, right, we'll knock this down and replace it, which is completely reasonable and doable, I assume, on the replacement dwelling policy, you'd want to push it further back. You might also want to keep it a 2-story. You might also want to do one of these real, modern type designs with angles all over the place and, more facilities and features out to the rear. So also bringing into the fact, we've approved quite a number of HMOs in built up areas, which are catering for a lot of people in a relatively small space as well. To me, apartments seem to be more generous in terms of a house in multiple occupancy versus an apartment. Suggests to me an apartment for 4 is something slightly more spacious or organized in a more spacious way. And I'm thinking, well, that to me seems more appropriate in that location versus an HMO, if you know what I mean. So using the existing property, I'm just struggling to see in terms of, looking back to photo 5.
Alderman Wilson, trying to stick to the sort of
Yeah, I know.
process here.
It's based upon
bringing your feelings in after a while.
Yeah, it's based upon looking at the photos. The photos aren't tremendously helpful in terms of what I'm looking at. Photo 4. What's the sloped roof part about? Is that an extension out the back of the house, and that obviously drops off straight? Is that a single story then coming out the back of what is a 2-story? Sinead, is that what that? But that doesn't look to extend as far past the house beside it. Also, I'm just curious to just find the layout quite straight. I don't think the photos are helping my understanding of the layout of this whole situation. And I'm assuming then, I know I'm going on here, but in the sections, if you could bring that slide up, the house to the right, is that the Folly Lane property, and then the one to the left is what's proposed? Because again, it's very hard to read the information. It's very blurry.
Okay, Sinead, photos are coming up on the screen. I know when I was looking at them here, they're kind of a wee bit sort of, do you mind sort of coming in there and giving us a wee bit of an update, please?
Yeah, you've touched on a few things, Alderman Wilson, and I'll try to address them all. Firstly, photo 4 is us standing in the existing bedroom upstairs. Basically, we couldn't get into the adjacent property at number 6 on that day, so the applicant agent allowed us to go up, and actually we could then see the garden of the adjacent property from that property perspective. So that's number 62, and that's his extension out the back. There is a sort of a single story projection on the dwelling at the present time, which is that's the roof of it. So you're standing in the bedroom. That's the single story projection from the existing dwelling. Beyond that, then that wee outbuilding is to the rear of number 62, and that wall then is around the entire site. That is 2.2 meters to that elevation. Under this proposal, it'll be 4.7. They are pushing it further away. But the creating places does provide guidance to us, and that guidance does look as if is there going to have an impact. So if you're any residential scheme we're bringing forward to planning committee, we're quite strict and stringent on our on the parameters we apply. So for single dwellings, it's 10 meters to common boundary. For apartments, you're talking about 15 meters. And that means if you're standing at the back rear elevation of the fence or wall and you're looking to that rear property, it should be at least 10 meters for a house, which we'll all agree you can still overlook into the next property from it, but that is to us is an acceptable impact. And for apartments is 15. This is 8. So this is even closer than we would accept for a single dwelling. Now I know that the agent has said there is apartments down the road, etc. Those are well before our time coming here to this planning committee and indeed as members of this council, where we are trying to achieve quality residential developments, not only for the future occupiers of this house, but the surrounding people that live here. And that's why we are strictly adhering to these guidance in it, because that is where acceptable or unacceptable impacts occur.
Thank you very much, Sinead. Alderman Wilson, do you want to come back for any more questions?
So just on, looking at the aerial imagery, the house next door has an extension protruding out, quite a narrow one with quite a tall pitch on it. Is that permissible because it's single story? Is that the case, or is it also 2-story? The bit projecting out the back, but and the height of that versus the site that we're talking about at the minute. It's just hard to read it, how impactful that existing extension is on the site we're talking about at the minute, without being in the garden and seeing it, from that perspective. To work out in my mind how bringing that backwards is, which I assume would probably be in line with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 similar projections heading backwards towards a boundary, or it looks like a drive or an alleyway. It must be to access the back of those other houses, is it?
We're saying the impacts is going to have Folly Lane, so the dwelling to the rear, not that dwelling. We've assessed that, and we take on board the comments that the objector has said, but we have looked at their existing. That's the dwelling to right beside that's number 62. The dwelling to the back is number 5 Folly Lane. So we're saying it's an impact on that. So the rear boundary of that property is going to have the most impact here, not the dwelling in which this gentleman is talking about.
Are you clear now, Alderman Wilson? Want to come back in?
Yeah, sorry, but to me it looks further away, if you know what I mean, versus the house directly beside it. In my mind, that's where if there's impact, it's to the house closest, surely, because Folly Lane looks to be quite a high ridge height, and there's probably overlooking potential in I know they're existing houses. We're not interested in them as per se, but we're talking garden space. Is it garden amenity space then that we're overlooking into? That's the issue.
Yeah, the garden space. So it's 8.4 meters. We're saying to at least 15, and even trying a flexible standard single dwelling would be 10. To have any harmful impacts in that, it is 20.1 meters rear to rear. Guidance probably say 30, but given that it is, we're definitely overlooking impacting that property at Folly Lane. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, members? Yeah. Sinead, I think it was the objector mentioned about something that was inaccurately plotted. Do you, in your view, think that the application was inaccurately plotted?
If you look at the layout that is proposed, there is probably the rear elevation where one line doesn't meet up with it, but we can clearly see where that rear extension is. So just at the back of there, that's where the rear extension is. Then there is a garden area, and then there's an outbuilding. If you look at the site location plan hasn't quite caught up with things on the ground, but it is an ordnance survey site location plan. But the layout does accurately reflect what's on the ground, and we can clearly see that actually is a garden area. And indeed, that's why then we put up the images of ordnance or the spatial NI images as well, so that we fully know and comprehend where the garden area is in relation to this application site.
Yep, many thanks, Sinead. Yeah, any other questions? Yeah. Any comments to make? Sinead, or any comments? Do you want to add? No, happy enough. Okay, members debate. Okay, it's over to yourselves. Anyone want to sort of, Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, and I know you have to deal with what in front of you in terms of, and there's restrictions and how you can take photos and make it look, but I just think this one I'd be keen to see on the ground, just to help answer all them questions that I have, and based on other decisions we've taken, throughout the last term as well, in similarly congested areas in terms of housing density. I think it'd be something I know we don't often do that, and we've sort of got away a bit from doing that, but I just think this one is one I would personally benefit from actually seeing on the ground. It's just a view I have.
Thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Lavery and then Councillor Hockey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead, and the presenters there for their input. I don't know what a site visit would achieve. The distances clearly outlined by Sinead there. And there does, after scrutiny of the report, seems to be a fairly strong case for the refusal, given those impacts of overlooking and so on that have been outlined by Sinead. I'll be content to make a decision here today, and the decision, at least in my view, will be in line with the officer's recommendation. I don't think these distances are going to change when we see it on site. I think we've everything here we need, and maybe anyway.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lavery, and Councillor Hoggy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just I'd like to second Councillor Lavery's proposal. I trust Sinead's ability to measure the length of a garden, so I don't need to go and see it for myself. And I also think if the minimum is 10 or 15 for residential property, and we're already going for 8 for four separate apartments, and you're minimising that space to that extent, I think the case is quite strong then for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, members, we're going to move on to, there's no other lights on, move on to decision. Can I take a proposer? Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Chair. So along the lines of what I previously said, my comments are I'd be proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation to review in this case due to the amenity impact and the distances outlined by Sinead earlier in this meeting. So I'd be proposing we accept the refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I would propose it. I would like to personally go out and see it, so I would make a proposal that we do site visit.
And Vice Chair, Alderman Kennedy, please.
Alderman Wilson's picking out a proposal that we'll go have a site visit. I'd be happy enough to second that, and just it is quite complicated there given the things. I think you maybe would be a wee bit more aware if you went in site. So I'm happy enough to second Alderman Wilson's.
And Councillor Hockey, I think you're going to go ahead.
Yeah, just like to second Councillor Lavery to go with the proposal, officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We have a proposal on second. We'll take the first proposal, which is seconded, which by Alderman Wilson, second by Alderman Kennedy, the Vice Chair. Give me 2 seconds to get the sheet out. Okay. Okay, members, we're going 4 against, abstain. Alderman Wilson.
This is for my proposal first, I take it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're taking your proposal first,
Aye.
because yours was first and second.
Yes, Chairman.
Councillor Armstrong,
I'll vote for it, yes.
thank you. Councillor Donnelly,
Neil, no.
Councillor Paul Duffy,
No, Chair.
Councillor Hockey,
No, Chair.
Councillor Lavery,
No.
Councillor Mullen,
No.
you wouldn't mind putting your mute on, please, Councillor Mullen? Thank you. Councillor McGowan,
Am I allowed to take part? Could I miss the start of it?
just give it 2 seconds. Okay. Councillor McGowan, it's really up to yourself, but the advice is best not to, because you haven't heard all the evidence. So you going to abstain? Abstain, okay. Councillor Mutri,
Yes, Chair.
thank you. Councillor Mulholland,
Yes, Chair.
thank you. Councillor O'Dowd,
No, Chair.
Councillor Wilson,
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Kennedy,
Yes, Chair.
and Chair, yes. Bear with me 2 minutes, members. Yeah, members, we have 7 for the proposal by Alderman Wilson that we go for a site visit, and we have 6 against, 1 abstain. So members, we're going for a site visit. Yeah, thank you very much, members. We move on to Appendix 3. Councillor Lavery has declared an interest in it. Do you want to come in? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's declaring interest to understand my employer is making representation to committee today, and though I had no involvement in it, it's just in the interest of to avoid any accusations of bias and things like that. I'll not be taking part. Thanks.
Yeah, many thanks, Councillor. And Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair. I'll be declaring interest and I'll be speaking against the application.
Yep. Many thanks, members. Okay, Appendix 3, application number LA 08 2019 0129F, and it's down as a refusal. We're going to bring in Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present report and PowerPoint presentation. Members, you've had an addendum report And going to call upon Sinead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This application seeks field plan information for the proposed extension to the landfill in this section of the field, and the reason is before the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee is because it's called in by Councillor McElrath. The application involves 14,000 cubic metre of inert material that is made up of 10,000 cubic metres of fill and then 250 mil of topsoil applied. The infill material will consist of inert material acquired from dredging of man-made drains and will be imported clay, soil, stones and rubble. Policy WM4 of PPS 11 is entitled Land Improvement and states the disposal of inert waste by deposition on land will only be permitted where it's demonstrated a result in land improvement and certain criteria are all met. The fundamental premise, therefore, of WM4 is that land improvement will result. It states that the dispersion of inert waste on agriculture or other land can result in improvement in land quality, for example, where steep gradients are reduced and the land is regraded with an adequate surface layer of topsoil. Due to the proximity of the floodplain, the fields as a whole cannot be filled. In addition, there has to be a 5 metre wide maintenance strips of watercourse that exist through the centre of the site. In addition, the levels proposed are now 1.5 metre lower than the permitted levels approved directly adjacent to the site. These differences in levels within the field and in relation to the land adjacent could not, in officer's judgment, be described as land improvement because the different gradients would hinder the efficient use of the field as a whole. The applicant has not provided a suitable analysis or rationale to demonstrate that the proposal will result in land improvement, and accordingly officers are of the opinion that it does not meet the fundamental requirements of WM4. Furthermore, when looking at criterion of WM4, officer opinion there is no need for the development and it does not meet with the overall objective of the policy tests, and that land improvement will not result. The policy goes on to state that if it does not meet with the overall objective of this policy test, then it is viewed as a waste disposal rather than land improvement, and WMP3 applies. Officers have considered the proposal against WMP3 and it does not meet those policy tests either. The site lies right in the periphery of the 1 in 100 year fluvial floodplain. The applicant was required to carry out a flood risk assessment to verify the more accurate extent of this floodplain. DFI Rivers have reviewed the flood risk assessment and topographical surveys and carried out their own survey on the site and accepts that it is an accurate presentation of the current ground levels. Following revisions to the scheme, no infill is proposed within the floodplain and therefore it meets the requirements of FLD1. Regarding noise and impact on residential amenity, officers are of the opinion that subject to appropriate controls and condition, the proposal will not give rise to any significant adverse impact in this regard. The proposal seeks to use the existing access onto Mahary Road and there is sufficient space to allow for parking and turning off the highway. All objections have been fully considered and having regard to the above and following the plan and balancing exercise, officer of the opinion that proposed development fails to comply with the SPPS and all other relevant policies, and as such it is recommended the application be refused. Just taking it through the slides of the site. This location of the site from the general area is right to the north of Craigavon area and to the south of Lough Neagh. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the proposed site with the original outlined site in red. Next slide, please. And there's site location plan. The area in red is the area that was subject to this proposal. Next slide, please. Following a review of the flood risk assessment, the site location plan was reduced slightly to ensure that no development was proposed within the floodplain. Next slide, please. So that's a site layout plan showing the levels across the site existing and proposed, and the area in red is the only area in which he's proposing to infill. Next slide, please. And so that gives it the area to adjacently to the northeast has been granted infill, and then the area in orange is what he's looking to do now. The areas in purple have to be kept free from any infill, and then the areas in blue we would call the floodplain. So that is an overview of there has been flood records this site. The area outlined in red is this site is right on the edge of the floodplain. You can see it there. Next slide, please. So that's an overview of our location plan on it. The areas in blue where historical flood events is actually occurred as well. Next slide, please. So that's a view from the main Mahi Road into the site at the present time. So agricultural land. Next slide, please. Land thing. It's some infill has been brought into for the first part of the site, and it's sitting there at the present time. Next slide, please. And that's just on a view on off the Mahi Road into the land to the rear. Next slide, please. This is off the Ennismore Road. Looking back, the land is quite flat. Policy would say normally you would require infilling with a steep gradients where you'd maybe need to infill it up to make it flat. We are saying this land is quite flat, so therefore there's no real need for land improvement. In addition, you can't just go across the entire fields. It'll be up and down and jigged. We are saying actually it would not cause land improvement and make it more difficult for farm machinery rather than help it. Next slide, please. And that's just back further down the Ennismore Road and looking black. The land, the topography of this area, obviously due to the extent of the floodplain, is already quite flat. And we're saying it's not conducive, therefore, for allowing it to be infilled under the policy that we have to apply. I think that's it. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Sinead. We have one Tennyson MLA to make representation and objection, Councillor Paul Duffy to make representation and objection, Neil Cornett to make representation as the agent, and you have written representation and objection to the application which are in your minutes. So going to bring in one Tennyson MLA to make representation. Owen, you have 5 minutes. The clock's on your screen there, so after 5 minutes, we'll be cutting you off and moving on, okay? So over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and you'll be relieved to know I don't intend to speak for the full 5 minutes. I'm presenting today both as an objector and on behalf of a number of concerned constituents who have been in touch objecting to the proposed landfill extension, and also speaking in support of the officer's recommendation for refusal of the application. In addition to the concerns which have been well rehearsed already in terms of the land improvement issues and WM4, my objection also hinges on the fact that I believe the application is still situated at least partially on a floodplain in an area that has been severely and adversely affected by flooding, both in 2009 and again in 2015-16. Much of the application area, I still believe, lies below the 13.67 metre OD level, and land raising or infill within this boundary is therefore likely to result in compounded flooding issues, displacement of flood water, and cause further damage to surrounding properties. This is a concern which I believe was actually echoed in DFI River's Planning Advisory Unit in their consultation responses, and which should be a material consideration for this committee. The applicant has provided a flood risk assessment to accompany the application and also some supplementary information. The assessment itself recognises the potential impact of climate change, which should be considered over the lifetime of the development, and this will have a significant impact in future. But also the revised topographical data contained in the supplementary flood information indicates that the 13.67 metre contour line is further south, and as such the northern part of the application now sits outside the flood zone. However, I believe that this contention is actually contradicted by the documentary evidence, some of which we've already seen, and representations which have been made by objectors, which demonstrate photographic evidence of flooding in the northern part of the site. The importance of reliable survey data at a site such as this is of fundamental importance in such close proximity to Lough Neagh in order to enable informed and reasoned planning decisions. However, there has been a degree of variation in the topographic survey data which has been provided by the applicant, which is further cause for concern. DFI Rivers Planning Advisory Unit also raised a concern in relation to PPS 15 policy FLD2 protection of flood defence and drainage infrastructure as undesignated watercourses traverse the site. And section 6.32 of that policy states that it should therefore be protected from impediments or land raising as a result. This committee's decision, I believe, should ultimately prioritise safeguarding the amenity of existing households from flood risk. I do not believe, having reviewed the evidence, that the applicant has demonstrated sufficiently how they will prevent any increase in direct or indirect flood risk over the lifetime of the proposed development. And therefore, I don't believe that this application meets planning guidelines and would implore the committee to accept the recommendation of officers and reject the application accordingly. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Owen. I'm going to move on to Councillor Paul Duffy, make representation objection to the application. Councillor Duffy, you know the process, and after 5 minutes we'll be moving on, okay? So over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak here today. I believe as a local councillor from 2011, local knowledge matters, and speaking to local people on this issue and being out there in 2016 and many other years, I have seen firsthand the flooding that takes place in this area. It was totally underwater due to flooding. Homes and businesses in the area needed sandbags to hold back the flood water, and a lot were flooded. Any water displacement will cause more flooding if this infill is allowed to go ahead. It will have a devastating consequences to local residents, wildlife and the environment. Lapwings, curlews were irregular birds sighted in the area prior to this first infill of this area. The drainage channels along the Inishmore Road were filled in by Mr. Smith or his employees. Excavated soil from contaminated sites will be dumped there, which makes all the waste contaminated. DAERA have been totally irresponsible in their duty of care to the loch lately beside this site, and this just proves it, as their hazardous waste team were not consulted on this application. There will be a runoff into the drainage system and the loch, which is under pressure at the minute due to algae. Landfill sites cause greenhouse gases. We all know greenhouse gases are one of the biggest contributors to global warming. Landfill can also cause odours, which cause nausea and headaches, drowsiness, fatigue and respiratory problems, as well as leachate. Leachate, rainfall and surface water can serve to dilute and flush contaminants into the soil and then into the loch. And a wide range of substances can be found in leachate, some of which are harmful to humans, and if it gets into the watercourse or food chain. There has been countless complaints about this site being used as a dump, and to allow it to continue onto the edge or even onto the historic floodplain is wrong. Modern landfill sites are subject to risk assessments and are usually in disused hard rock stone quarries. This is no place and never was for a landfill site, and I hope the committee agrees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duffy. I'm going to move on to Mr. Neil Cornett to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Neil, after sort of 3 minutes, the timer will be running out. Okay, so it's over to yourself. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear. On your own time,
All
go
right,
ahead.
Mr. Chair, thanks once again and the committee for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant and as the agent of the application. Just going back over and reflecting on what we've heard so far. Obviously, as we know, the site, as defined in the additional information that the planners have presented there, it's a small portion of irregular rectangular land on the Mahui Road. It lies alongside what has already been approved under phase one, under planning reference and approved in 22nd of the November 17. During that process, the planning application was deemed and scrutinised under the regional development strategy, the strategy planning policy statement, Craigavon area plan, policy statement 3, 11, and 15, and also PPS 21. During that process, the consultations went out. All consultations has been returned with no objections from NIA, DFI Rivers, Road Service, and so like. The objections, there was 6 had been registered on the portal. The 6 were Mr. Fogger with just a letter of no content. There was a Mr. Laverty, Councillor Tennyson at the time, yourself, Mr. Salt, and Mr. and Mrs. Fox. Mr. Salt is deceased. Unfortunately, during this time of the application, the property of Mr. Fogger has been sold and moved to someone else. Again, other refusal points that was been made by the other objectors, in our opinion, have been answered and has been given a clear bill of health by the representations of the local authorities. So the objections, in our opinion, are carrying no weight, in our opinion, are invalid due to the responses from those. So in conclusion, I would say that this application on the grounds has been refused under 2 points of waste management policy. The same policy applied to the previous application under phase 1, which was granted permission. If that was the case, why has this now been done? The consultees have been given the application and no objections respond to all. A precedent has been created in the granting of the first approval, and the same fill material, the same levels, everything is the same. The OD level set by DOE Rivers is to be met. The field, which the levels have been reached, will be returned to a luscious green pasture to compared with what they currently are. The ecology will be improved, and therefore I'd ask the planning committee to reconsider this refusal decision based on this fact, and the application requires to be treated fairly and dealt with a consistent manner.
Many thanks, Neil. Appreciate that. And sorry, I have to sort of interrupt you there. We'll give me 2 seconds. Yeah, many thanks, Neil. Just to clarify, I think it was Councillor Duffy you were talking about, not myself. Within terms of the letter.
Sorry,
right?
maybe I'm wrong in that situation, Mr. Chair. I was just going by what the objections had said, and yes, I had taken that is the Paul Duffy was Councillor Duffy.
Okay, I'm Alderman Barr, so yeah, no problem. Thank you for that. I was wondering if my name was against something that I had no clue about. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, I'm going to open up the floor for questions. Balls in your court. Any questions? Councillor Mulholland, going to bring you in first.
Yes. I was just wondering, and it's just again to get a wee bit of background information on this particular issue. If the first plan and permission was obviously approved, and now the second plan of permission is an extension of what was previously granted, nothing's changing from the first plan of permission. So why is the extension being refused? Thank you.
Yeah. Many thanks, Councillor Mulholland. Sinead, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, councillor. There's slightly different material considerations in that first one as submitted in this particular flood risk assessment and on the information support with this file as well. That application had previously been filled as a means to prevent subsidence to the B196 Mahary Road. So the road was slightly subsiding there and provide good access into it. So as you can see, we allowed some infill. We thought it'd be land improvement to safeguard that road. It then was allowed certain infill to allow an agricultural type machinery off the public road before they actually can through the gate. So we just allow that infill, so then they're not going right down again. So we did allow a bit of infill at the top, but there was definitely different material considerations, land subsidence of that road, and then to allow an access into the field.
Many thanks, Sinead. Does that clarify your question, or do you want to come back, councillor? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, what that clarifies that wee bit. The other thing too, I was just wondering about was on the report here that I've been glancing through here, just as we've been going through it, it talks about the statutory consultees. I was just wondering that obviously they have came back with no issues, and I was just wondering why, as you guys in count or the planning committee, why you're objecting against what they don't have an issue with, and it's just to get more information back. When I see it's written down, I'm just trying to gauge a bigger understanding of everything. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, councillor. The statutory consultees provide guidance and advice to us in certain areas that they have the competent areas of. So roads, for example, if no objections, we're not raising any reason for refusal. Environmental impacts, as long as you're going to keep your 5 metre buffer from those water courses. We strictly control then our type of waste going in, so there's a waste code there. Rivers have no objection. We're not refusing this in flooding. Water management units have no issues. We're not considering this as contamination of the environment. We're saying it's not land improvement. We're saying land improvement should look at the entirety of the fields and actually result in improvement. Well, this here, if approved, would actually result in all kind of levels, and the area as it is the minute is quite flat. So therefore we're saying this policy is not, it doesn't fit in here because it won't result actually in land improvement, because you're going to have variance in levels, and actually the land is quite level at the present time. Paul, you say where the steep gradients, you can't really use it for agricultural purposes, so you can maybe infill to make it flat. This is not the case here, so we're saying it doesn't meet with the fundamental premises of WM4. And as you say, the statutory consultees, we haven't based any refusal, we haven't went against their advice on anything here, because we haven't had refusal reasons against the advice that they have suggested.
Clarify your question, councillor. Yep. Members, any other questions?
Mr. Chair, if it was possible, could I have a quick few minutes when everybody has spoken, if it's possible?
Okay, unless one of the councillors ask a question of you, it's the protocol doesn't allow it. It's okay. Councillor O'Dowd.
Sorry, the gentleman actually had said that there was several residents had sadly passed away or moved on. Can anybody confirm, or councillor, I was going to say O'Dowd, councillor Duffy, can anybody confirm if if there's even family members or whatever lives there that would have the same opinions as the last ones?
Are you asking that as a direct question to Councillor Duffy? Okay. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Falker family, they have sold their business, but they still live there. So the Salt family, one of them did pass away, but there is family members still living there. The Fox family and Marsh, Laverty and all still live down in Moor Lane. So there is plenty of residents. All the residents of their initial complaint are still in that area.
Thank you for clarifying. Is that clarifying your question, Councillor O'Dowd? And Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks. It's just if we could go to photo 4, just again trying to get my bearings on this one because I don't think I've ever been on the road in my life. Yeah, is that photo looking towards the Macquarie Road? Is it where those big tall sort of fir trees are? Is that the roadway? It's like some type of machinery, and then is that a fence, and then is that the road? To the top of the image? Is the road at the top of the image basically? Is that accurate?
Heaps of infill, which is currently taking place. So where those trees are, there's a road in between those trees, and behind those trees is Ennismore House, which would be the listed building. And there's a wall there, and then there's the Macquarie Road, and then there's these sites. That's just looking up from Ennismore, which extends off the main Macquarie Road.
I suppose that I'm taking it, maybe this one for Neil. That field looks very, I don't know if has that been someone grazing on that or something. It just looks really wet. And then the drain, there looks to be water permanently. Well, not permanent, I don't know if it's permanent, but in photo 5, it certainly, the drain looks quite full in that regard. And I'm just wondering, from a betterment perspective then, is it the case, looking at photo 4, that inert material is then leveled across that to raise the level? If there's 250 mil, I think, of soil, is that the case going to be put on top of it, did I read? And then is that an obvious betterment to move away from what looks like a bit of a quagmire and restore the potential to graze? Is that what this is about? I mean, is that an
3,000, over 33,300 tons of infill to come in here. And then on top of that would be the 250 mil of topsoil. So there is a substantial amount of waste that the agent said will take over 2 years to infill.
Want to bring it back in, Alderman Wilson?
And all that material, is that inert then? Is that something the environment agencies content with? If it meets the list that's provided there, is that acceptable then that there's an acceptability of, so the material really isn't the issue, it's the betterment or what you would perceive as the long-term betterment of it? Is that, am I getting it right on that regard?
Yeah, the infill or the land, the fill they're talking about would be inert fill, so that would be typical of landfill. It's not any hazardous waste or anything proposing. And if members remain to approve, we would have to condition the type of fill and all that comes into this particular site, yes.
So, and just in terms of, sort of projecting ahead then, would our planning authority here have whilst we have a role in stipulating what would go in, who would ultimately monitor what goes in, if you know what I mean? Would that be planning, or is that NIEA, or, just teasing that out further at that stage?
Any fill brought in requires a waste license from NIEA as well. They would see it. There will be enforcement issues needed here if just due to the close proximity of the floodplain, etc. Any sort of spillage beyond that red line would have reservations for extending the infill, etc. So there would be a dual approach here would have to be needed, but we wouldn't have the resources to monitor this particular application as regards to enforcement, but it would require a waste license from NIEA, which is a separate statutory approval out with this particular planning application.
Any more questions, Alderman?
One more, if you like. I suppose it's just going back to that photo 4. I mean, I'm not aware, I'm just looking at the photo, but is the agent able to give a bit of clarity as to, the condition of that ground? It looks bad to me. Have animals been on that or something? It just looks like there's a lot of hoof prints or something in that corner. And is that like, looks like a summertime situation there, judging by the foliage on the trees? So, we're kind of wet weather. I'm just keen to ascertain what's the generality of the condition of the ground there throughout the year. If he can answer that, because I'm not aware of the road there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman. Neil, you able to clarify that question, please?
Sure. Just to clarify that ground, even in the summertime, as Councillor Wilson has stated there, is wet. It's poor. The soil that's referred to by Sinead there on the spoil, that's been there and has been there from the outset, due to the fact that the applicant has been forced to abandon works due to ongoing issues with enforcement and objectors, so he can't get that particular material spread on that. But more importantly, that with the water courses that can be identified there, those will still be there. The 5 metre buffer is each side of that. Those water courses will actually be retained. The applicant also has all appropriate licenses from NIA and the other agencies for and to bring to the site under that list of approval. So everything's there, everything can be policed by that, and also has been carried out on the ground by the representatives. But what I wanted to touch on, Mr. Chair, was today I had emailed a supportive document to Sinead for additional information, which it probably isn't privy to because it was in transition between probably her time in Banbridge going to this meeting. And it is substantial work and substantial information which I feel is critical to this application. And in light of that, I would ask for Sinead if she can make access to that on an email, if that can be considered, and possibly may change a lot of what has been discussed and whatever by our consultants on this process. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much, Neil, and you wouldn't mind putting your mute
Sorry.
on, please?
Sorry, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, members, we're going to adjourn if you're adjourn for about 5 minutes, so Sinead can get to see her emails, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Feed. Okay, thank you very much. Members, we are going to defer due to new evidence of coming to your officers and to give them time to review it and to be able to make sure that we get sight of that as well. We're going to defer it as soon as possible to be brought back to the next or the next likely meeting of planning. Okay, so we're going to defer that and move on to the next item on our agenda. Agenda item 5. Yep. Yeah, members, going to move on to Appendix 5, application number LA08 2021 0463F, and it's down for refusal. We're going to bring in Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present report on PowerPoint. Yeah, over to you, Sinead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks full planning permission for the change of use of a dwelling into a house of multiple occupancy. There's no external alterations proposed to the property. The proposed development will consist of 5 bedrooms, communal kitchen, living room, WC, bathroom and utility room. The site is currently outside the settlement limit and as such is within the rural area. The definition of a HMO as defined in the Housing Act is a building or part thereof occupied by 3 or more persons as their only or main residence, or those living in it to form more than 2 households. Paragraph 6.73 of the SPPS sets out the strategic policy for residential development in the countryside to be taken into account in the termination of planning applications. At paragraph 6.74, it states that other types of development in the countryside, apart from those set out, should be considered as part of the development plan process in line with the other policies set out within the SPPS. Policy CTY1 of PPS 21 lists a range of types of development which in principle are considered to be acceptable in the countryside and which will contribute to the aims of sustainable development. HMOs are not one of those types of development which in principle are considered to be acceptable in the countryside, and therefore the proposal does not meet with the SPPS and policy CTY1, which requires the applicant to demonstrate that there are overriding reasons why this development is essential and why it cannot be located in a settlement limit. Officers are of the opinion that the reasons provided do not demonstrate that this proposal is essential and could not be allocated within the settlement limit, and as such fails policy CTY1. As regards to design, character and amenity, officers have raised no concerns. Furthermore, as regards to parking, officers are content there is sufficient parking within the curtilage of the property and the access arrangements are acceptable. In considering all other material considerations, there is no concerns regarding flooding. The application does not form part of any site that's nationally or internationally designated for its nature conservation importance. There's no viable environmental pathways from the proposal to any feature of European site and will not impact any historical or natural environment. There have been no objections to this proposal. Having regard to all of the above and following the plan and balancing exercise, officer of the opinion the proposed development is contrary to CTY1 of PPS 21 and the corresponding paragraphs of the SPPS, and as such that is recommended this application is refused. Take it to members through the PowerPoint. That's location of the side, so it's to the west of Portadown, north of the Rich Hill. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the site. There is the current access laneway up to the house, which is proposed to be used and unaltered as part of this planning application. Next slide, please. That's the site location plan with the site outlined in red. Next slide, please. So that's a site layout plan. Really nothing is going to change fundamentally on the outside of this particular property, and there's adequate turning for parking of cars and vehicles, etc. So it's all acceptable. Next slide, please. So those are the existing plans of the house. 2-story pitched roof, red brick house. Next slide, please. And the proposed plan outside will remain the same. Simply the downstairs master living room is going to be changed into a bedroom. Next slide, please. So that's a view of the property from the front and side. Next slide, please. And that's a second view of the site just from the front. A view of the site to the rear. That's just looking from the site to the front to the road. Next slide, please. And that's just the road, the access way, which is of sufficient standard and will be used as part of this proposal. And that's it. Thank you, members.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sinead. I'm going to bring in Philip Marshall of Henry Marshall Brown Architects to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Philip, you're very welcome to the planning committee here this afternoon. You have 3 minutes, and the time's on the screen there. So it's over to yourself in your own time.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a few points in support of this application, if I may. As you probably know, Gilfresh are a local family business which were established back in 1965. And since that time, which is over 50 years, they have grown to employ over 170 full-time staff. They supply all major retail outlets across Ireland with fresh fruit and vegetables. Presently, only 26% of Gilfresh workers come from Northern Ireland. The majority of the rest are foreign nationals and have no transportation, which is why accommodation for workers needs to be close to the factory. This application, in my opinion, needs to be treated as an exceptional case. There's an obvious gap in the policy here. This house is basically in the Gilfresh yard. This is not someone looking for an HMO to rent out to make as much money as possible. This is a major local employer who needs workers to sustain their business, and they need to be close to the factory because there's many unsociable hours, early mornings and late evenings. And it doesn't, for foreign nationals living in local towns and villages, transport is a major problem. There's no public transport early morning or late evenings. So I would urge the committee to take a positive view on this and overturn the recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Members, I'm going to bring yourselves in now. It's over to yourself for any questions of the objector, application agent, or okay, Alderman Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I suppose it's either for Michelle or the agent. Are these seasonal workers largely? And obviously, from the EU, they're coming over obviously under the required permits to work. I'm just wondering, in terms of current arrangements, I guess it's more for the agent in this regard. What's the current situation like for workers making that commute and the costs associated with it, versus obviously, well, I'm assuming a far greater degree of convenience living beside the site. So it's just to get a gauge of the inconvenience, I suppose, of where are they living at the moment, and what's that commute look like for them.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Philip, I hope you heard that question there. If you want to come in.
Yeah, workers are a major problem for Gilfresh. They have a high turnover of staff because the commute is a real problem. Gilfresh actually have 4 vehicles of their own that they use to ferry workers from local towns and villages, but it's not really sustainable. you know, the costs involved with that prohibited really, and to have the workers living locally basically walk across the yard into the factory. I mean, if they need to be on call early morning and late evenings, it'd be much better to have them close at hand.
Thank you very much, Philip. Alderman Wilson, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, and I suppose then on the basis of that, are there like key workers, you know, Eastern European workers that are critical to the operation of the factory, that therefore there's a benefit to them living on site? And I suppose, would they, you know, those types of positions be then automatically, you know, if that was to be the case as an HMO, would they then sort of automatically be the staff that would be housed in that property to further, you know, benefit from that efficiency?
Go ahead, Philip.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, efficiency, and have key staff living close to the factory for on call for all sorts of reasons. For obviously the factory works long hours, and to have key staff available for certain problems, you know, machinery breakdowns, whatever. You know, it's definitely is key to have key staff close to the factory at all times.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Philip. I'm going to bring in Alderman Kennedy here, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just like Alderman Wilson had touched on a few of it there, but during the pictures there of the house, there was a caravan and a mobile home and so on. Was this sort of maybe to upgrade facilities for workers who are maybe currently living in these mobiles?
Yes, Councillor, it may well be. To be honest, when I was on site, there were no caravans or mobiles there. So maybe Gilfresh have resorted to temporary accommodation in the hope of getting this application through, because it's been in the system for quite some time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman Kennedy, and thank you very much, Philip. Members, any more questions? Nope. Okay, move on to debate. Going to listen to your views here, members. Go ahead, Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's an HMO, and I know going back to the previous term, I don't know how many of them we dealt with, and usually they generated quite a lot of objection. You know, I remember one with maybe over 100 objections in Portadown, and there were all the issues raised in those instances, some of them very genuine from people, because as a committee we've always taken objections and given them their appropriate weight, and some of them were very heartfelt in terms of how you know, the nature of HMOs lent itself to you know, with employment and seasonality, it lent itself to quite throughput of individuals, you know, and it was negative in terms of trying to build and sort of bolster the sense of community in an area. And once we exceed that, you know, you're into does it materially change that community aspect of an area, you know, over a period of time? And I feel with this one where it's I think the agent had mentioned it, you know, it doesn't appear to be a chance to monetize in any way. It's more from an economical aspect, an efficiencies aspect, and sort of a convenience aspect and efficiency for the firm running it. So the fact it's beside the factory, I don't think it would be somewhere ordinarily someone would automatically want to go and live, unless that you know, it was for that you know, it was for enablement, you know, in terms of being close to the factory and avoiding that commute. And I suppose workers in this instant, they're here, you know, they make that journey across and they're quite, you know, they're hard grafters. We know that. I mean, that's the prevailing, you know, they've made that journey from their home place to live here and work, and you know, they find the wages and that lucrative, and a lot of them enjoy living here. A lot of them I've spoke to crossing my own DEA have chosen to live here. I speak to many of them regularly, and they've made it their home. So, you know, it's a common thing, and I suppose I can see economically that there's an argument there for this one in that regard. I can see why Guildfresh, where, you know, it has been an issue right across the UK in getting seasonal workers and getting them to remain. And I can see why, you know, living right there, it's a fairly substantial dwelling by the looks of it. I can see the attraction of that in terms of, here's where you'll be living. You'll be playing a key part in the firm if that's what's happening. You'll have duties to perform, maybe on sociable hours. Living close by is going to be a really important factor in that. So I can see the benefits of it from my perspective.
Many thanks, Alderman. I'm going to bring in Councillor Duffy, then Alderman Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I sort of tend to agree. You know, I've seen many as a farmer, you know, had caravans and stuff like that there, and substandard, you know, places where they would have put up foreign national seasonal workers. And I don't really think, you know, these houses, HMOs, should be just strictly for towns, cities, and thing. And if they're needed in the countryside, no, I don't see why not.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy and Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm coming in the same ground as Councillor Duffy. You know, a lot of the debates around HMOs was objections. There's no objections here. It's obvious there from the view of the house. It's quite literally in the back of beyond. There's no existing properties, and you could have seen the boxes of Guildfresh up at the back of it. So it really is a house on site. So given what the agent says here, I think it's a wee bit of an exception here, because like they're not going to be annoying the neighbours. They're certainly not for where the house is located, you know.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman. I'm going to bring in Councillor Mitri, then Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, again, I think weighing in maybe on what previous comments have said, I think it's important to note that, you know, it's well and good, you know, advising that you're in close proximity to Loughgall, Kilmore, Rich Hill, and Portadown, but I think you have to take into consideration, you know, public transport or potential lack of. You know, these people are maybe working on sociable hours, things like that. And again, I think there's potential road safety issues in going to you know, a more rural location like that. So I think that's just something I'd like to add to the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, or Councillor Madrid. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just basically probably to echo what our last contributors had said. The agent has expressed his opinion or views that the company had 3 or 4 vehicles to transport people back and forward. This wouldn't only sort of cut that out, but help the environment. There's not as much driving about and vehicles ferrying staff back and forward. And it's a local business, and I'm sure they support local growers. And I think we should be encouraging local businesses like this to help our agricultural industry. And I just think it would be, in my own personal opinion, it would be advantageous if these workers were on site or close proximity to the site for this local company. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do I have anybody else who wants to make comment? Okay, members, before I take decision, I'm going to move into confidential business and take some legal advice. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to move all those members of the public and councillors who are attending the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee via Zoom to a Zoom waiting room. Those using the dial-in service will be placed on hold, and anyone in attendance in the chamber will be asked to leave the room to enable the committee to obtain legal advice from its legal advisor. Any member of the committee who has spoken as supporter or objector to the application under consideration will be asked to leave the room. The advice provided will relate only to legal matters, and no discussion of the merits of the planning application now before us will take place until the public element of the meeting resumes and we move back into the meeting or taken off hold. Any legal advice provided is confidential. All members of the committee who remain are obliged to preserve that confidentiality. An official will readmit all those required now to leave the room and those on Zoom will be readmitted to the meeting once the provision of legal advice has concluded. Thank you. Turn off light. Yeah, thank you very much, members of the public and members of council. So members, we were in debate and going to open back up in debate. If there's any further comments or questions that would like to be asked. Yeah, moving on to decision. Okay, Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, I think, I suppose moving on from, discussion we've had in legals and in the interest of just, due process and keeping ourselves, fully up to speed and all the attributes of this case, I think it would be useful based on what we've learned from the agent on this one. If I would make a proposal as well, if the agent could give some thought and consideration to the necessity of those people that would be within that property in terms of the running of the business and the efficiency and convenience that would give, because he has mentioned the unsociableness of some of the hours and the late starts or the late finishes and early starts. If we could get some written sort of evidence in terms of that and what it means in terms of convenience and efficiency for the business itself and having staff living on site in that property, I think it would be very useful to have, if that's clear.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Duffy, please.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second that proposal. It's good for local businesses to see that this council is giving them every opportunity to do what they can, especially through the planning committee. So I'll second it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Marshall, are you content with that? You able to provide that evidence?
Yes, we certainly can. Yeah. What sort of timescale are we talking about, or what's the thoughts?
So I suppose the quicker you get it through to us, then the quicker we can get it back onto the agenda again. Okay. So
okay.
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
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 Members, are we all agreed in that approach?
Yeah.
All agreed. Thank you very much. Move on to Appendix 6. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Yeah, thank you very much, members. We move on to Appendix 6, application number LA 08 2022 0536 Oscar. So it is time for approval, and we're going to bring in Oisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present report on PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Oisin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is an outline application for 2 dwellings and garages on lands adjacent and southeast of number 3, The Lawns in Warringstown. The application is being presented to committee as more than 4 objections from 4 separate addresses have been received. The site is located on lands which are not zoned for any particular type of development within the development limits of Warringstown as defined in the Craigavon area plan. The plan states that policy set 1 applies to both zoned land and white land in the urban area, and consideration of set 1 is set out in detail in the report. The area plan also states that in Warringstown, single dwelling units of an appropriate design will normally be permitted on suitable sites within the settlement limit, provided the proposal does not prejudice the comprehensive development of the adjacent land. The SPPS and Policy OS 1 of PPS 8 state that the development that would result in the loss of existing open space, irrespective of its physical condition or appearance, will not be permitted. The applicant has advised the site is an agricultural use and has submitted his farm maps which show the extent of his farm business. DAERA have confirmed that the applicant has claimed basic farm payments for the lands in 2023 and previous years. As the site is an agricultural use, officers are satisfied that it is not considered open space. The principle of residential development on this site is therefore considered to be acceptable. This is an outline application. Details relating to design and layout have only been submitted for indicative purposes. If members are minded to approve the application, matters of design, scale, proportion and massing and appearance of buildings, landscaped and hard surfaced areas will be considered at reserved matter stage. Officers in consultation with DFI Roads are satisfied that an acceptable means of access can be achieved and sufficient space within the curtilage can be provided for parking and turning. Natural Environment Division have advised that vegetation and scrub have been removed from the site and have recommended that conditions be attached to ensure the protection of remaining vegetation and the enhancement of this vegetation. A number of objections to the proposal have been received and the issues raised have been considered in detail as set out in the report. On balance, officers consider the proposal complies with the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies and are recommending that the application be approved. And I'll just take you through the slides. And the red arrow there just shows you the location of the application site in the general area on the edge of Warringstown. And that's our site location plan. It'd be a bit difficult to see, but the application site is outlined in red. This is the indicative site concept that was submitted by the agent in support of the application to demonstrate that 2 dwellings and access could be accommodated on the site. And this is an aerial photograph of the site and its surroundings, and the application site is just to the southeast of the cricket grounds there. You can see the cricket grounds as that circular plot of land in the middle of the photograph. So this is a photograph looking down the Clare Road towards the site, taken from the junction of Macarena Park and Clare Road. And that's just another, and that's just another view of the site taken further down Clare Road. This is a view into the site taken from the access lane to the cricket club. And then this is just a view into the site taken from the opposite direction in the on the Clare Road, looking into the site. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Members, we also have Mr. Michael Hornet, who's here to answer any questions that you may have, members. Okay. So, floor is open. If any members have any questions of the committee. No questions. Okay. Move on to debate. Anybody want to make comment? Okay, Councillor Lavery.
Sorry, it's just a question. Because it reminds you, didn't we have a similar application a couple of months ago? Maybe it was an adjacent site. I think it was maybe one dwelling facing into the lawns, and then I take it these two, are facing onto the main road there. Was that new dwelling taken into consideration as part of these two? With the additional, impact that would have come from that one dwelling and so on, in terms of the cumulative impact of all three, rather than just 2 on their own and 1 on their own, if you know what I mean. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we were aware, obviously, that there was another application which was presented to the committee a couple of months ago for a single dwelling further to the south of these 2 sites. And yes, in considering the application that we have in front of us, we were aware of the other application, which is an outline application, and the impact of that, along with the 2, was taken into consideration in assessing the application.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Hopefully that clarifies that, Councillor Lavery. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, move on to debate. Anybody wants to make comment? Okay, move on to decision. Can I get a proposal and a seconder, members? Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we accept the recommendation for approval for this application. Thank you.
Yeah, many thanks, Councillor Wilson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, I'll second that. Sure.
Yeah, many thanks. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to break for about 20-25 minutes. Okay. I ask the city officer to Leave feed on, please. Okay, members, thank you very much. Moving on to Appendix 8, application number LA 08 2023 2218F, and it's an approval. Kayla Elder, Senior Planning Officer, is to present report and PowerPoint presentation. There has been an addendum report circulated within your minutes. Yeah, members, I'm going to hand you over to Kayla.
Thanks, Chair. Firstly, there are two typos in the report that need to be corrected. For condition 7, within that condition number 7 is referenced, which it should have read condition 6. So condition 7 should read: the parking, servicing and circulation areas detailed in the above condition number 6 shall be open for use during all hours of business. And then likewise in condition 13, condition 14 is referenced whenever condition 12 should have been referenced. So condition 13 should read: deliveries to and removals from the site shall only take place within permitted hours detailed in condition 12 above, and all loading and unloading shall take place within the curtilage of the site only. The application seeks full plan permission for the part change of use of a section of an existing factory from ancillary storage to production, the erection of an extension to an existing factory, erection of a detached ancillary warehouse, retention of an ancillary warehouse building, the retention of an extension to the site to provide external storage space and HGV parking, and all associated plant parking and site works. The application is before you this evening as it's a major plan application. Officers have taken it, members have read the report in full, and such this is and the addendum, and such this is a synopsis only. The application site is located in the settlement development limits of Lurgan. The site is located in land zone for industry L-I2 as depicted in map 5 of the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. Members are advised that officers consider that the development complies with the zoning of the land and meets the key site requirements for the zoned land. The development is considered to comply with the requirements of the area plan. The proposal will fall under Class B3, General Industrial, and Class B4, Storage and Distribution of the Plan Use Classes Order Northern Ireland 2015. Policy PED 1 of PPS4 operates a presumption in favour of development such that development proposal incorporating the Class B3 General Industrial use will be permitted in an area specifically allocated for such purposes in a development plan. The proposed storage areas are ancillary to the primary Class B3 function of the overall site, considered to be compatible with the dominant industrial employment use and would not result in a reduction in the industrial employment resource. Officers therefore of the opinion that the proposed Class B3 and B4 uses are acceptable in principle and the policy PED 1 is satisfied. The storage shed to be retained and the proposed storage shed and extension to the factory would all be subordinate in scale to the existing factory. The works represent an approximate increase in floor area by 32%. The design, scale, massing, and choice of external materials are in keeping with other buildings within the site and wider industrial area. Such development is considered to be sympathetic to the surrounding buildings in the Halfpenny Valley Industrial Estate. Officers also raised no concerns over the proposed storage yard to the east. The proposed landscaping arrangements are deemed appropriate for the development, and retention of vegetation along the northernmost and easternmost boundaries of the site have been conditioned. Officers are therefore of the opinion that the proposed buildings and associated yard areas will not have an unacceptable visual impact and will satisfactorily integrate visually into the immediate area. Officers raised no concerns over the design layout in relation to the SPPS living places or policy days 2 of a planned strategy for rural Northern Ireland. The nearest dwellings to the site are located along the Ballynamoney Lane, approximately 200 metres southwest of the site, the housing development of Riverglade Meadows, approximately 315 metres southeast of the site, and the housing development of Hillcrest, approximately 325 metres south of the site. The Environmental Health Department have raised no objections to the development, and as detailed in the report, officers would raise no concerns in relation to noise or amenity. As such, the proposal is considered to comply with Annex A of the SPPS and Policy PED 1 of PPS4 and creates no conflict with the relevant criteria of Policy PED 9 of PPS4. A transport assessment form and car parking survey have been submitted in support of the application. The proposal seeks to provide access onto the internal roadway within the Halfpenny Valley Industrial Estate. The development would result in an increase approximately 11% to the total number of trips associated with the site. Officers in consultation with DFI Roads are content that the development will have minimal vehicle generation compared with the existing conditions, and the existing infrastructure can accommodate the additional traffic movement anticipated. Officers therefore raised no concerns regarding policy AMP2 of PPS3. The proposed car park includes 97 encouraged car parking spaces for use by staff at the site, and 18 HGV spaces, which falls below the requirements of parking standards. Parking standard states that for some units, parking will be assessed in individual merit, having regard to the number of workers, operating patterns, location, and proximity to public transport. Parking surveys were undertaken. It's anticipated that the extended site will generate a minimal increase in parking demand over the existing site layout. 6 additional staff members and 2 additional delivery movements will be generated by the development. The surveys undertaken show that there's spare capacity for parking in peak periods. Officers in consultation with DFA Roads are therefore content that the proposed development, of course, with the SPPS and policies AMP2 and AMP7 of PPS3, criterion GH9 policy PED 9 of PPS4, and the parking standards. Drainage assessment has been submitted. The storm drainage proposals for the site are to attenuate any additional flow using a hydro break and oversized pipework. The applicant proposes to discharge stormwater to a public storm sewer at an attenuated rate, which would limit the discharge rate to that of greenfield conditions. Overall, in the flooding and drainage context, officers consider there to be no conflict with SPPS, the policy provisions of PPS 15 revised, and criteria D and F of policy PED 9 of PPS 4. The impact of the development of features of natural and built heritage is being considered. Officers in consultation with competent authorities have not identified any concerns regarding the impact on natural or built heritage. Members are advised that 2 letters of objection have been received regarding this plan application from one objector. The primary concerns were around the existing parking of lorries within the wider industrial estate. Members will note the creation of 18 new HGV parking spaces within the site, the provision of which is being conditioned as per the addendum report. Overall, officers consider the proposal to comply with the local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. And on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and the addendum, and subject to the conditions suggested in the report and the addendum and those amended conditions earlier on. I'll just take you through the presentation. Okay, so the site's located west of Lurgan Town Centre and south of Silverwood Industrial Estate. The next slide then just shows an aerial overview of the site. So this is a bit of an older aerial overview. So the lands to the east now are currently used for storage purposes. The next slide then just shows that this is located in land zoned for industry within the Craigavon area plan. The site location plan then is on the next slide as shown in red. And then we have the site layout plan. So the next slide then just shows, you can see in red is a storage warehouse that's proposed. And in blue then is bay 4 of the existing factory, which is to be changed in use from storage to production. And then in orange above that, we have the extension to the factory. Just between the red and blue, there is storage warehouse which is to be retained. In green, in green then we have the car park which has been extended. In purple we have the HGV parking spaces, which 18 are to be provided, and then yellow additional storage space. So the next slide then just shows the floor plans just off bay 4 and then the proposed storage warehouse, which is followed by elevations then of the warehouse on the next slide. The next slide then just shows the floor plans of the extension and again elevations of the extension. This is just then cross sections, so you can see that the proposed warehouse and the extension are subordinate in scale to the existing factory. Next slide then shows the storage building which is to be retained. Okay, so then this is a photograph of the factory. It just to show the context. The next slide then it just show this is on the right hand side is the access road to access the factory. And then the next slide then is facing east. Just again, you can just see the development in the wider industrial estate. The next slide shows the area where the proposed storage warehouse is to be erected. So this is Bay 4, which will have the proposed change of use, and the extension will project from that building. And then in the rear, you can see the storage building, which is to be retained. And the next slide then just shows the front elevation of that storage building, followed by the rear elevation on the next slide. The next slide then just shows some of the storage in around that area of the site. This is the site access at present. And then this is an eastern section of the site, which is currently used for storage and where storage is proposed within the application. Next slide then just shows again, in that eastern section of the site, some of the storage which is being undertaken on that section of the site. This slide then just shows where the HGV parking will be provided. And then the final slide then just shows the extended car park. And you will note that there is the availability of parking spaces within that car park to serve the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Members, just to make you aware, we have Mr. Brendan Starkey of O'Toole and Starkey Planning Consultant, and Jonathan McCune, Reedy's Plastic, who's the applicant, in attendance and here to clarify or answer questions that you may have. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor for any questions of the applicant, agent, or supporters. Yeah, no questions. Here to your views. We'll debate now. Councillor Duffy.
Oh, thank you, Chair. It's just great to see expansions of local business within the area, and definitely welcomed.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Any other comments? Okay. Yep. Moving on to the decision. Can I get a proposal of sorts? Yeah. Proposed by Councillor O'Dowd, seconded by Councillor Donnelly. We all agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, members. Yeah. Move on to Appendix 10. I know we're skipping number 9 at the minute because we've settled one out here. So we're going to move on to Appendix 10. Application number LA 08 2023 1841F, and it's for an approval. And again, we're going to bring in Mr. Kyle Elder, Senior Planning Officer, to present report and PowerPoint presentation. Over to you, Kyle.
This plan application seeks full plan permission for the erection of a general industrial factory, Class B3, with solar panels on the roof and associated plastics recycling hall. The development includes associated silos, transformers, compressor, and NIE high voltage intake and consumer high, including the provision of external storage areas, parking, lighting, and the erection of a perimeter fence. The application is before you this evening as it's a major plan application. Officers have taken it, members have read the report in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. The application site is located within the development limits of Lurgan. The site is located in land zone for industry. L-I2 is depicted in map 5 of the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. Members are advised that officers consider that the development complies with the zoning of the land and meets the key site requirements for this zone land. The development is considered to comply with the requirements of the area plan. The proposal will fall under Class B3, General Industrial of the Plan and Use Classes Order, Northern Ireland 2015. Policy PED 1 of PPS 4 operates a presumption in favour of development, such that a development proposal incorporated in the Class B3 General Industrial use will be permitted in an area specifically allocated for such purposes in a development plan. Officers therefore are of the opinion that the proposed Class B3 use is acceptable in principle in that policy PED 1 is satisfied. 2 buildings are proposed within this application. The design, scale, massing and choice of external materials are in keeping with other buildings within the wider industrial estate. As such, the development is considered to appear sympathetic to the surrounding buildings in the Halfpenny Valley industrial estate. The proposed landscaping arrangements are deemed appropriate for this development, and the retention of vegetation along the northernmost boundary of the site has been conditioned. Officers are therefore of the opinion that the proposed buildings and associated yard areas will not have an unacceptable visual impact and will satisfactorily visually integrate into the immediate area. Officers raised no concerns over the design and layout in relation to the SPPS living places or policy DES 2 of a planned strategy for rural Northern Ireland. The nearest dwellings to the site are located along Ballynamoney Lane, approximately 140 metres west or southwest of the site. The housing development of Hillcrest, approximately 330 metres southeast of the site, and the housing development of Carrygart Manor, approximately 340 metres south of the site. An acoustic report has been provided and was considered by the Environmental Health Department. As detailed in the report, officers would raise no concern in relation to noise or amenity, subject to the suggested conditions. As such, the proposal is considered to comply with Annex A of the SPPS and Policy PED 1 of PPS 4 and creates no conflict with the relevant criteria of Policy PED 9 of PPS 4. A transport assessment form has been submitted in support of the application. The proposal seeks to provide access onto the internal roadway within the Halfpenny Valley industrial estate. The access to the development is considered to comply with Policy AMP2 of PPS 3. The site-specific needs of the proposal means that low levels of traffic is likely to be generated by the proposed development, which will have a negligible impact on the surrounding road network. The parking provision on the site falls short of what is required in the parking standards document. However, parking standards states that for some units, parking will be assessed in individual merits having regard to the number of workers, operating patterns, location and proximity to public transport. In relation to this proposal, the factory will operate using 2 operation shifts, with shift times being 8 AM to 4 PM and 10 PM to 8 AM. The TAF confirms that there will be 5 staff on site per shift and up to 6 customer visitor trips spread over a working day. The 12 car park spaces are therefore considered to accommodate the site-specific needs of the proposal. There will be 4 servicing vehicles on the site per day, and adequate provision has been made for HGV parking, with 4 HGV parking spaces proposed. The parking provision is therefore considered to meet parking demand at peak times, and as such is considered acceptable. Officers in consultation with DFA Roads are therefore content that the proposed development accords with SPPS policies AMP2 and AMP7 of PPS 3, criterion G, H and I of policy PED 9 of PPS 4 and the parking standards. A drainage assessment has been submitted. An attenuated drainage system consisting of a network of pipes, attenuation tanks and 2 hydro breaks is proposed. Finalised drainage assessment has been conditioned, as the drainage assessment states that preliminary calculations have been carried out, but members will note that the drainage assessment provided has demonstrated that drainage can be suitably handled. Overall, in a flooding and drainage context, officers consider there be no conflict with the SPPS and policy provisions of PPS 15 revised and criteria D and F of policy PED 9 of PPS 4. The proposal relies upon utilising mains water and sewage infrastructure. NI Water, the competent authority in matters related to water and sewage infrastructure, were consulted and noted they could not support the proposal as there are capacity issues with the sewer network. Officers have been advised that this matter is likely to be able to be resolved, but in order to proceed to a determination of this application, officers recommend a condition be attached to any approval requiring resolution of this prior to the commencement of development, which is in keeping with the previous PSE decision. The impact of the development and features of natural and built heritage has been considered, and officers in consultation with the competent authorities have not identified any concerns regarding impact on natural and built heritage subject to conditions. 19 solar panels are proposed on the southwestern elevation of the general industrial factory, and officers raised no concerns regarding this aspect of the proposal and the policy provisions of PPS 18. Members are advised that no objections have been received regarding this plan application. So overall, officers considered the proposal to comply with the local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. And on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and subject to the conditions suggested in the report. And I'll just take you through the presentation now. Okay, so the site is again located west of Lurgan Town Centre and south of Silverwood Industrial Estate. The next slide then shows an aerial overview, which you'll note is immediately adjacent to the previous factory that was considered, and it's currently on developed land. Again, the next slide then shows that the site is sorry, that's the site location plan outlined in red, and then the next slide then shows that the site is located in land zoned for industry within the Craigavon area plan. The next slide then shows the site layout plan, and then followed by the floor plans, and then we have the proposed elevations. And then we have the site elevations, so you can see in the context of other buildings within the industrial estate, this is in keeping with the scale and massing of those. So the site is fairly well overgrown, as you can see in the photographs. You can just see in the rear there the radius factory. The next slide then is just a view of the site facing northwest towards the railway lines. Next slide then facing southeast towards the Plaswire factory. Next slide then just across the site frontage where you can see Radius factory to the left and Plaswire to the right. And with another photograph just across the frontage where the access will come into the site. And then finally we have just a photograph of the access road being used to serve the development. Thank you.
Many thanks, Kel. Members, just to make you aware, we have in attendance Mr. David Green, who's the director at Reduction Plastics. He's here to answer any questions or clarify any of your questions. Welcome, David. Okay, members, floor's open. Any questions? Okay, move on to debate. Anyone want to further views? Yeah, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and welcome this presentation. And it's just a shame that NI Water and Invest NI haven't got the proper structures in that area to accommodate more growth and production of such factories, because it was initially zoned for all that type of stuff. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm going to bring in Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kerry, for the presentation. It was a fairly comprehensive presentation. Seems to be a strong application for continued business growth in the Lurgan area and that Halfpenny industrial estate. And it's positive to say Lurgan leading and the likes of these renewable companies. So it seems to be a very positive application, meeting all requirements, so we can, inclined to accept the recommendation to approve.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Lavey, no other comments? Okay, members, moving on to decision time. Can I get proposer? Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Be content to propose the application or the recommendation to approve.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lavery. And second by Councillor Duffy. Yeah. Thank you very much. Members all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Cheers. Yeah, moving back to Appendix 9. Application number LS08-2022, or sorry, 2020-0360F, and it's an approval. I'm going to bring in Oisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Councillor Mayor O'Dowd has made a declaration on this item, so we're going to bring in Councillor Dowd.
It's just a far out relation of my husband's, but I know nothing about this plan issue.
Duly noted. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Roisin to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the erection of an apartment block comprising of six two-bed self-contained dwelling units formed in two 3-storey blocks. There's no associated and curtilage parking proposed. The application site was once occupied by the Tavern Bar and is located at the apex of Bridge Street and Carrickblacker Road. The site is located with the Craigavon urban area just outside Portadown Town Centre as defined in the Craigavon area plan. Plan Policy HOU2 states that planning permission for residential development will be granted for the infilling, conversion, redevelopment or use of vacant, derelict or underutilised land or buildings subject to a number of criteria. On balance, officers are satisfied the proposal meets the policy test of HOU2 as set out in detail in the report. Officers are also of the opinion that the proposal to develop the site for residential purposes does not conflict with the Craigavon area plan, the Craigavon Town Centre boundaries and retail designations plan or the SPPS, such that the proposal is acceptable in principle. Policy QD1 of PPS 7 requires new residential development to demonstrate that the proposal will create a quality and sustainable environment. Policy QD1 identifies 9 criteria which proposals for residential development is expected to comply with, and these have been considered in detail in the report, and as set out, officers are of the opinion the proposed development is acceptable such that it complies with the SPPS, Policy QD1 of PPS 7, its addendum and the supplementary planning guidance as detailed in Creating Places. The application site lies in close proximity to Portadown Presbyterian Church, which is a Grade B2 listed building. Officers in consultation with HED are satisfied that the proposed development complies with the requirements of Policy BH11 of PPS 6, subject to the inclusion of a condition. No car park spaces have been made available for the proposed apartment development. However, it has been confirmed by way of a parking survey that on-street parking and car parks are available nearby. Officers have given weight to the location of the development on the edge of the town centre and the availability of on-street parking, and in this instance are satisfied to relax the requirements of the parking standards. As set out above, NI Water have recommended that this application be refused. They have advised that while there is available capacity at the wastewater treatment works, there is a public foul sewer within 20 metres of the proposed development boundary which cannot adequately service these proposals as the receiving foul sewage network has reached capacity. However, officers note that in a recent appeal, the Planning Appeals Commission were advised the developer may have to undertake a wastewater impact assessment in order to determine what works would be required to enable the development to connect to the wastewater infrastructure. They consider that the imposition of a negative planning condition was reasonable and necessary, which would prohibit commencement of any development until the submission of a wastewater impact assessment to confirm that either sewage connection could be made or an alternative provision for disposal of sewage. Accordingly, in line with the approach of the PAC, officers consider that the imposition of a negative condition is necessary and would address the concerns raised by NI Water. On balance, officers consider the proposal meets the policy test set out in the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies, subject to the conditions attached, and officers are content to recommend planning permission be granted. I'll just take you through the slides. And the red arrow denotes where the application site is. That's just at the junction there of Bridge Street and Carrickblacker Road in Portadown. And that's just an aerial view of the site, just to give you an idea of the context. That's where the old Tavern Bar used to be, but the bar was demolished a number of years ago, so it's stoned area now. And that's the site location plan with the application site outlined in red. And this is the proposed layout. So you can see the two blocks to the north and to the south joined by a glass atrium. And these are the proposed elevations. The above elevation is the elevation that you would see from Bridge Street. So you can see it's a 3-storey block of apartments proposed with a single storey adjoining bit with a terrace on top. And the bottom elevation is the elevation you would see as you're coming out of the town centre towards the junction of Carrickblacker Road and Bridge Street. And the top elevation there is the elevation fronting onto Carrickblacker Road. And then at the bottom is just a section through the proposed apartments. And these have your proposed ground and first floor plans. So you can see, yes, we have a block of apartments to the north and to the south, fronting onto Bridge Street and fronting onto Carrickblacker Road. And that's the second floor plans of the apartments. So these are some photographs of the site. As you can see, the arrow shows you the direction that the photograph was taken. So that's just looking into the site from just the edge of Carrickblacker Road there. And that's just another view further back as you would come out of the town centre towards driving up Carrickblacker Road. And this is another view, just more looking up the Bridge Street direction. Again, you can see the site, and you can see that the rear applications, the rear of the application site is the gable end of those two properties on Carrickblacker Road and on Bridge Street. And this is just another view of the site. And just another view of the site further down, as this is as you're coming out of the town centre up towards Carrickblacker Road and Bridge Street. These are contextual drawing. The top drawing is a contextual drawing that was submitted by the agent just to give you an idea of what the building will look like on the ground. And the bottom photograph, I don't know if you can see it very clearly, but that's a photograph of what the old tavern bar looked like when it was there. As I say, it's been demolished a number of years ago. And again, they are just contextual elevations of the street provided by the agent just to give you an idea of how the development would look from Carrickblacker Road and Bridge Street. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Much too young to remember the tavern. I'm going to open up the floor, members. Any questions? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, it's a very, very busy part of the town, and I was just looking to know if sort of like a traffic report in, to mitigate any disruption. There'll be no road closures, none of that sort of thing during the construction of it, if it gets approved.
Thank you, Chair. No, there's nothing been submitted as part of the application for whether or not there'll be road closures or anything during the course of the development. There's no access proposed as part of this because there's no parking in curtilage parking or anything proposed as part of the development. So all of the parking that they're proposing is on street. And so they've given us parking surveys, and DFI Roads are happy with the information that's been submitted. But no, we haven't got anything in terms of what happens during construction.
Thank you, Roisin. Do you want to come back, Councillor Duffy? Okay, no problem. Any other members for any questions? No, move on to debate. Any views, members? Yep. Move on to a decision. Any proposers and seconders? Councillor Duffy.
I'll propose the officer's recommendation.
Yep. Many thanks, Councillor Duffy. Any seconder? Second by Councillor Hockey. Thank you very much, members. Are we all agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Move on to Appendix 11. Nearly there. Application number LA 08-2023-2152F. That's an approval for the Education Authority. Going to bring in Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present report and PowerPoint presentation. Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for the replacement of an existing modular building with a new single-storey modular educational building and security fencing and associated site works at Lisson Alley Special School in Armagh. The application seeks to replace an existing classroom that is not fit for purpose. It has been rented and does not provide the level and type of accommodation that is required by the school. The proposed replacement has a bigger footprint, and so in addition to the teaching space, lobby and toilet that is provided in the existing classroom, it will also be able to provide a quiet room, a sensory room, a hygiene room and a store. The proposal is located within the settlement limit of Armagh and is within the grounds of the existing school complex. The design and setting of the classroom respects the current buildings at the school, and there'll be no increase in pupil numbers, and as such there's no requirement for additional car parking. Officers are therefore content the proposal is acceptable in principle. However, the site is located within a reservoir flood inundation area. The overall hazard rating at this site is considered high by DFI Rivers and is considered to be an unacceptable combination of depth and velocity for this particular development proposal. Policy FLD 5 of PPS 15 states that there will be a presumption against any development located in areas where it is indicated that there is a potential for unacceptable combination of depth and velocity, and as such the proposal is contrary to FLD 5 in this regard. Notwithstanding this, officers are of the opinion that there are sound and justifiable reasons in this case for departure from policy, as specifically FLD 5, and these reasons are set out in the report circulated, and they can be summarised as: there is a site-specific case of need for this development in the location. The entire grounds of Lisson Alley Special School is located within an area of potential inundation, and the land on which the development is proposed to be situated is currently occupied by an existing modular building and hard surface play area. This proposal seeks to replace an existing modular classroom. A flood evacuation and management plan has been provided by the applicant, and officers consider that the material considerations outweigh the fact that the proposal is contrary to FLD 5 and therefore recommend that members grant plan permission subject to the conditions set out in the report. And again, I'll just take you through the slides. And the blue arrow shows you where we are in the general area. It's just to the north of the centre of Armagh off Lonsdale Road. So this is the site location plan with the application site outlined in red, and the main bulk of Lisson Alley School is to the south there within the lands in blue. And again, this just gives you an idea of where the site is in the general area of Armagh. So this is an aerial photograph showing you the existing modular building that's to be replaced. It's just circled in red there, it's not very big. And this just gives you an idea of what the existing modular building looks like. Obviously the argument has been made that it's not fit for purpose, and what they're proposing to replace it with is slightly bigger. They're proposing to take away all the close bordered fencing there and replace it with 2.4 metre high paladin fencing. And again, that's another view of the site, just from looking from the frontage from the car park. And again, more photographs just of the modular building to be replaced. And I don't know if you can see it in the photographs there, but parts of it are surrounded by security fencing as well, temporary security fencing. So that's all to be replaced with proper paladin fencing. And just another photograph of the site from the car park. And another photograph of where the mobile is that's being replaced. And these are the proposed elevations of the mobile that it will be replacing it with. Members may recall we have had a couple of applications here before for mobile modular units. This is very similar to the modular units that are there. And it's just a floor plan of the modular unit. And that's a bit of detail of the proposed fencing. And then that's just the area shown in the area shaded blue is a footprint of the new building. It sits perpendicular to the one that's already on the site that it will replace. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Roisin. Okay, members, floor's open. Let's keep it going for another hour here. Any questions? Alderman Wilson.
No, I'm content enough. I was in my mind that we had deliberated on something quite similar to this going back, so you've confirmed that, and I suppose on that basis and in line with that, I remember the water and the floodplain being an issue at that stage, and content enough with the mitigations around that.
Right, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I do remember stuff from Lisson Alley School coming planning before, and was pointed out at the time that there was new hockey pitch and all this going planned into the same area, and no objections from anybody then about any of that there. So I don't see what the problem is. I think it's 4 or 5 miles away, the dam they're talking about. So it's not exactly on the doorstep.
Yep. Any other questions or comments? Nope. Okay. We've neither. So members, can I get a decision? Can I get a proposal proposed by Alderman Wilson and second by Councillor Kyle Mutry? All agreed? Great. Thank you very much, members. Can I ask ACT to please stop the live feed? Members safe home, and thank you very much, all the officers and everybody who took time out to